Hi guys. How are you doing? Can you all hear me okay? The music is loud. The music is loud in my head, in my ears. Oh, because it's loud on stream too. Oh, it's hella loud. It never needs to be that loud. Hi guys. Um, we're getting started. Oh, about that. Hi. Oh my hat. Oh, hi. We are ready. We're about to let's finish this build because I'm ready to move on. I might be playing Animal Crossing on stream later because I don't have money to spend on Pokopia, but I'd love to get back into Animal Crossing. Hi babe, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the. We're gonna go back to this. I have to put in my cheese. That might take a second. Do you need an Animal Crossing sugar daddy? I got bells on bells on bells. If you need them, of course. I have like 900,000 bells. Um, because we accrue interest now. I don't know what it is. Live on cheats for sim, to be fair. I mean, it's really just builds cheats. Let me put them in before. And I can show you all the progress I've made in this build off stream. Okay. You maxed out your bank at one point? Well, hell yeah. Okay. We're in Sims. So as we remember, this is our mansion. Oh, my camera's still. Um, I think it looks great. I added some more trees to sort of emulate the background more. Um, I think on stream last time we finished the back patio, which a reminder for those who weren't here, we made a little outdoor kitchen. We added furniture, made it cozy. It's actually very private and cozy. I kind of love that it's private. Um, I think that the gazebo looks cute. The kitchen shows the tiny archway. Let's see if it's still there. Okay, so now this is the first floor. So I think on stream, we got through this part of the house. We decorated these. I think that's what we got through on stream together. So let me give you a tour of the back of the part of the house. So instead of a bedroom, I made this another like reading nook slash like study. It's just like a chair and a bookshelf, like nothing crazy. I made a child's room in this bedroom. Very cozy. Got me wanting to re-download this. Here's a bathroom, a full bath. Very cozy. Then this is the bedroom. It could be a guest room. But this is one of the bedrooms. I made this like a living room area, which I found like be cute. I added a divider to give it some more privacy. And it's a cute little space. Like, look at that. It's cute. Okay, bed placement. Yes, we love it. Such a cute room. Okay, I love it. Like, what is that? I added like a cat tree and two bookshelves just against this window. These windows. I thought that would be cute. A. Cat tree on this window is cute. Like, imagine a cat perched up on here. Twitch silencing you? Why is Twitch silencing you? Let me enter this little foyer. It's another little seating area, bookshelf, chess table for skill building. Another bathroom, fireplace. I think this was the bathroom and the fireplace were here last played. So now we entered this area. So this is gonna be like sort of like a mud room situation that Max likes. Oh, what other message? I made a little bar, another bar. This one's more of like the hosting bar, you know, refreshments. I added another little study. This one just has seating. It's a little bit more intimate. Grand piano because it's a mansion. What the? Every other room shall be a bar. Okay, guys, there's 2 bars. There's only 2 bars, okay? I don't have a problem. Here's like a grand piano because like a hosting bar. I'm calculating what we think will be. Like wealthy people totally have every other room a bar. Here's like a master study or office. Every room has a mini bar. Every room should have a mini bar. It's very simple, but serves its purpose. And then here's another bedroom. And another kid's room. This one could be for like 2 kids, bunk bed situation. Very cute. Actually, let's change the color. And then I don't know if we started upstairs. Yes. Okay, so we added the bathrooms upstairs, and I added a functional laundry room upstairs. Actually, we should. She's nice. She's nice. I'm finding it. I think the next guest room should just have 3 bunk beds. Oh my god, what if we just did bunk beds like in a cabin? I made a little game room entertainment area. I wasn't finished with it. This is sort of like what I was working on next. So I guess we'll start here. I'm anticipating these 2 to be bedrooms. And I'm anticipating a bedroom and a bedroom. So maybe kids' rooms. One of these could be a guest room. Now you're just trashing everything. Yeah, just delete everything. Just delete it. I was also thinking about maybe like a home theater situation. I have the movie theater pack. Like, look at this screen. But the wall, like, the room's not big enough. Maybe it could go in here. Oh, what if we knocked out that window? We made this a theater. You know what? Wealthy people have theaters, right? Private theaters. Hell yeah. We'll make this an in-home theater. Get rid of the window. This wall is so barren. Oh wait, actually, we can keep the window. Because there's a wall right here. Oh, it doesn't fit. That's awkward. Oh yeah, that. Oh, and we have another. What if? Is it horrible? Oh, actually, we can do this. Because you know me, I'm a sucker. Oh. Guys. Not. How fast you got rid of those pieces. I just didn't even care. All that work I did. Wait. Wealthy and more than one kid. I know they're living the life. I mean, I was also thinking like, what if this was just like a family home? Like, let's say like grandparents own this home, and then like generations of families come and stay in this home. Like it's a vacation. Like I just imagine that, you know, like they all like kind of pitch in to own it. I'm like, oh, that's cute, and 30 seconds later, you're like, nah, that's horrible trash. I'm Allie, and honestly, I hope you know it has nothing to do with you. It's mostly my mental health. um, HBC. Okay, bad. We need to fix this up because make this smaller. It could be smaller, right? There. Okay, now the big screen TV fits, and now we can still have our little curved wall. Because I'm a sucker for a curved wall. It's so funny. Okay, look. I'm glad you're still sticking around, even after all that. And then this can still be an entertainment room. I think a theater is so fun. Like imagine. Low key, this window can't be here anymore. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Put this here. Oh, there's pictures on that wall, but that's a wall. Wait, what's down here? Wait, this actually fits there now. Oh yeah. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But then we can. Okay, now it won't look that weird. Now it's a little symmetrical. We fixed it. Home theater. Oh. Now why does this look ridiculous? Oh wait, all the windows are low? Hey, why did I do that? Why did I just lay it here? Why did I do that? Can someone explain why I made them low? Who am I? What have I done? Is it gonna look weird on the inside? Is that why I did it? No, they look perfect. Oh no, okay. So we honestly didn't even know the time changed, and we woke up at literal noon. I've been doing that all day, dude. We've been playing. Welcome in MSV. But yeah, we woke up at noon and fully were like, what the fuck? Like it's so late. Like where did the day go? Little did we know, everybody ate. To find out. Okay, wait. Why doesn't that fit on this like this? See how that doesn't fit? Why? Oh wait, it does. Wait, no, it doesn't. Why? Is it because this is a platform? What? What do I have in my hand? So we didn't even know daylight savings happened. Okay, can we be so freaking for real right now? Why is it? Does that look right? That does not look right. I'm gonna fix it. Like using all placement. Those two windows are gonna give me a panic attack. MSV, how are you? Welcome in. Do you play Sims? Okay, so let's get back to decorating, so I'm not panicking. So yeah, movie theater. Or home theater. What are some good chairs for the home theater? I forgot about it until I woke up to start my chicken stew. Chicken stew. Um. Oh, we could do like sectional seating. Wait, we can actually, like. I kind of live. Hold on, wait. This should have a. Did I create a little platform? Like they're actually in the theater. So little Simsy always starts the house on a platform instead of raising the foundation, which I found really interesting. Okay, how do I draw a platform? Oh, the wall just disappears. It's crazy. Why is the wall disappearing? Oh, Vaughn, what's up? You rebranded last February? Let's go. What inspired that? Full wall. Oh, that's not right. Okay. I like this platform. How do I add to this platform? Square deck with railing? What? They added this. Interesting. How are you, Vaughn? How have you been? Last February. Oh my god. I want to cut this. Can I just. Why can't I just draw a platform? You're crafting more. Ooh, that's fun. What have you been crafting? Okay, what are your like, major crafting projects? If you don't mind me asking. Now that you're here, okay, catch me up on your crafts. Should I just? I think we're gonna just put it at half then. Just so it's not crowded. Good. You hold it down for 1 second too long, and then it's wrapped. Look at that. I kind of live for this. A little home theater. Platform trim. Guys, you know what we have to put here? A bar. Like, there's no way we don't put a bar here, right? Well, yes. Ooh, what if we did something like that? Okay, I'm here for this. Look at that, a bar. Ooh, this is cute. Is it just environment? Yeah. Environment. Ooh, this is cute. Okay. Okay, I love diamond painting. Wait, what's diamond painting? Are you about to Google it? Ooh, oh, I know what this is. So cool. That's so relaxing. Knitting. Still make wigs? Okay, yes, okay. Pokemon Sim Sword, depending on my mood. Okay, that is awesome. You must have so much patience. Like I am very, very, very impressed. I think we're gonna go with cute little bar. We'll put it back here so that they don't get in front of the movie. They have to go back to beverages. Hopefully it's functional. And then there's a diamond painting seems like such a good time. It seems so relaxing too. I wanna. Should we go with blue? I actually like the green. Ooh. Okay, it all kind of matches. It's all coming together, guys. Throughout the day, since ADHD will let me be great. Honestly, never think of it that way. You're being great in your own way. Not many people can handle multiple problems. Cute, but which one matches? I guess the blue kind of. Oh, we could put the popcorn on the mini fridge. Let's go. Let's do ice cream. There's a hot pot. I didn't know I had popcorn popper, ice cream, and what else? Hot cocoa. Or should I do a summer drink tray? Let's do a summer drink tray. Probably do both. Where's the hot cocoa one? They're like overlapped on each other. I know what to do. When you use the alts. There you go. I don't mind that. Right? Heck yeah. Okay, we kind of ate. Alright, the theater kind of like balance mommy duties. Oh. Balance mommy duties. Honestly, shout out to all the moms. Ali is also a mom. You guys are incredible. Always remember that. Make sure you guys give yourselves grace. You deserve it. You deserve all the grace. Mothers especially. We are a mom-friendly chat up in. Oh, this goes up on the wall? That's new. Oh, this came with the... This is cute! This came with the whatchamacallit pack. Love pack. Love Island pack. Yeah, we love moms in this chat. Look, for anybody who doesn't know, I was raised by a single mom. She did everything on her own. She didn't wait for people to help her. She worked really hard, and I was a really like I wasn't a bad kid, but I was a brat. Like I was a brat to her growing like as a teenager. And as an adult, I like really regretted how I behaved as a teenager, and like I hope that I continue to make it up for her. But she and I are way stronger for it now, and I love. I mean, I've always loved my mom, but I have just such deep respect and love for my mom. She could do no wrong in my eyes, you know. So shout out to moms. Shout out to moms everywhere who deserve more than what they have, you know. Or, you know, or just have, you know, you deserve all the good in your. Deserve all the good and more. I know the screen is not centered to the couch, but I'm not really that mad about it. I'm not that mad about it. Is there a smaller TV? Like this? Oh, this would stand, but that doesn't fit. Outdoor books. About that. Yeah, my mom is a really incredible woman. Love her. I think we're okay with this. This is a cute little theater. I'm actually really happy that we are fitting this into this mansion. Let's continue to make this an entertainment space. So like this is gonna be where the kids play. This is gonna be games and activities. Like that's what I imagine this part of the house to be. Like we have foosball here. We have a guitar. Maybe what we could do is this. Love the little play tent, dude. The toddler stuff, like toddlers was such a huge improvement to the gameplay of this game, in my opinion. There's a karaoke machine. Like this is so cute. The karaoke machine in the house, like they use to like play. Oh, this is a big one. Oh my god. Like they play together and do karaoke as a family. Like that's so fun. Here, let's bring this guitar back over here. They also have doll houses, like so sweet. What am I looking for? I'm looking for games. Like they have these game tables that I want to include because I don't really use these games. These game tables they can play games on top of. We could just kind of have it scattered. Like it doesn't have to. My son asked me to make him a Sesame Street diamond painting and orange kit basket for his 6th birthday. Aww. Finishes since he got to the month. Oh my god, congrats! Second time this year, there's only been 2 months. That's crazy. Congrats, that's so sweet. Honestly, look at this, the mom of the year. That is incredible, and I hope you get it done. And I hope this isn't a huge distraction. I hope you find that my yapping is encouraging. What chairs should we... Guys, it's me freaking out about chairs here. Honestly, just go with basic. It's a gaming table. The girls have a little playtime in the living room. And how much fun is it though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how much fun do they have? Look at that. I don't know if this table actually fits here. Or maybe the tent is the problem. Yeah, I think it was the tent. It was the Chad. Here. We have all this stuff that we want. I wanted to put like a game console in here. Actually, maybe we can. Hold up. Like, I worry that they're not going to be able to use that here. I like the foosball table too. I'm okay with that. Here, maybe the games are a problem. Maybe it doesn't all fit. Ooh, this is cute. What a cute couch. I know we like keep defaulting to like dark patterns. Purplish, purple adjacent. I like that. Okay. They have a pretend pizza truck, and I was pretending to be a customer, and then Nola fired. Oh my god, Allie, what? Not firing. It is cute since it's like kind of a smaller space. I like the green. Oh, here's the gaming console. Oh wait, now we can add the blanket isn't a work in progress. It's a specific shade he chose, but it's no. The Sesame Street diamond painting is nearly done. Okay, so at least the painting's almost done. You know what I mean? The painting's almost done, so I think you can, like, you're on track. This is storage, but does it fit? Diaper storage. Yeah, I want something like this. where we can put the gaming console on the inside. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, cute little room, cute little room. Not mad about it. That's blue. Ooh, oh, like, look at the little stickers. Like, that's such a good detail. Like, it's a kid's room. Of course there would be stickers all over it. Okay, I'm happy with this. Yeah, I hope you can find some yarn. Like, that is so specific. Is your kiddo pretty particular? Like, if it's not that color, would he be like super upset? Look at this random art. Actually, this will be... Okay, that's 2 entertainment spaces done. I'm thinking this can still be a bedroom. Like a huge bedroom. 55 by 40? Okay. So I completed the width, but I'm 8 inches into the length. Oh no. It's just not long enough. Like your yarn anyway. Oh, I didn't put the guitar back. Actually, we could put the guitar on the couch. Okay, I'm okay with this. I'm actually really, really happy with this. It's just a gaming center. Oh, actually, let's throw a fun rug in here. It's a cute little kid space. Fun rug, fun rug. The sheep? The horses are cute. It doesn't match, but... Better feng shui. I think the horses are cute, so it's gonna stay there. Maybe I'll put it in the kids' room. Does it fit in here? Yeah, maybe I'll make that like a toddler room. Like a baby room. Like the one downstairs. And then in the bedrooms, I have this light wallpaper. I have the wallpaper in the bedrooms, like living spaces. So I guess the wallpaper could go here. Yeah. Here and here. Just to distinguish which are bedrooms, bathrooms, and living spaces. So like, or plumbing. Like plumbing in here, plumbing in here, plumbing in here. Mima needs all her grandkids' rooms. Yeah, exactly. Are we moving on to bedroom? Yeah, we're moving on to the kids' bedroom. Let's do toddler. 2 toddlers. Well, this is kind of big enough for a kid. But this is like a toddler room for sure. So let's make a little toddler room. Like, look at how little that bed is. It's so sweet. I love the toddler stuff. It's on the loom, but he wants neon or burnt orange. Oh. Pulled out of it. I know the like stress to get it right. You know, this mirror is cute. A little girl's room, like a little flowers. Wait, is there a mint green? No, but there's green. Wait, wait. Look at it. It's so sweet. I like having all the walls up, but it's honestly a struggle. Isn't it the cutest? Okay, Ali, from your, or I mean, Vaughn would know too. When you're like potty training your toddlers, does is it normal like put your potty trainer in the bedroom? Right? Seems normal to me. Or is that just not something? Is that not? This is a mini sectional for them to sleep in or to sit in. There's also this bed. Look at this bed. Oh, nothing in this like pale green. Oh, and then I have these custom beds, which is very cute. Very cute. That's a mod bed. Ooh. I like that. I put a potty in every room we're in. I love that. Okay, I love that. I love that. Just in case, you know what I mean? Right? Like, that's why. But look at this cute little potty chair. Here, look at this. The toddlers are so cute. Okay, once this... It's just like, I want to build out her worlds. Maybe I could just build out Windenburg, because this is where we'll be playing. But nothing is there. It's just feeling. The shelves. I guess we're gonna have to knock down the oh, it's a hippopotamus. Come in the green, please. Okay, it's kind of like that blue. Maybe it is more blue than... Like, it's gray. It's not really... But still. I think it's blue. Fine. What does this come in? Oh, in the same colors. Okay, this comes in this green. So maybe we'll do that instead. Oh, and then this is the fort that you can put outside, and it acts like a shelter. Isn't that cool? And they can lay in here and stargaze. I love the stuff here. We'll give a little bookshelf. Where is it? Oh. Love a camping yard. Yeah, like I don't really want to be in the woods, but you know, that's in the woods to me. Not prince. I mean, the princesses are cute. I mean, this is more like it. It's like whimsical forest, right? Forest creature. And then let's get a teddy bear in here. Oh, what? This is the first time I'm seeing this dollhouse. It's a blow-up dollhouse. That's so cute. Wait, Ali. Okay, look at all these dollhouses. Look at how massive they are, by the way. Then there's a castle one, and there's a... But we can size these down, and they can still play in. And we'll get stuff up here. Little koala. This is a massive bear. Actually, we can put the bear right here. color of the bear. Yeah, I'll go with the purpley pink green. This is cute. I'm not mad at it. Hi, Ronnie. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. This is so cute. Want you to know it's here. Enjoy your cooking. What are you cooking? We're building. I mean, we're decorating this mansion. I mean, we just built an entertainment game room and a movie theater. I'm also wondering, maybe these rooms could have been downstairs. Like the theater could have been down here. Nah. Who wants to walk upstairs to their bed? You know what I mean? Honestly, that baby room is finished. And now let's do a child's bedroom. We can do another bunk bed, I think, in here. Does it fit in here? Oh no, it's too small. Nah. Oh, it could fit here. Look at this cute little bunk bed. I forgot I also have the cabin pack. Like the woods pack. Another bunk bed. And then a bedroom. Found the order on Amazon! You have to order it on Friday? Oh no. Will it get in? It won't get in time, will it? Or do you think it will? Like that. What is the bunk bed I have down there? I think it's the wired. I'm glad you found it though. It's this, oh no! Oh, this wire bed right. Because it doesn't have to just be kids on these. Teenagers can also sleep in beds. There is a family I'd low-key want to move in here. Amazon. I mean, you know, Amazon is all about convenience, and you know they do it right. So there aren't a lot of desks and stuff, so maybe their room will be like side by side. This, they both fit back here. We'll do black. We'll do brown. Left brown. Actually, that's nice. There's no desks for them to sit and like do random stuff. Hopefully you survive by next Sunday. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom real quick. A second here. Once we finish this room, I'm gonna go. Honestly, not with me. Keep it simple. They have all their games in another room. Like, this just has to be a bedroom. Let's add a mirror, I guess, above this. Change the color of it to like a grayer color. Yeah, that seems pretty simple enough. Get a gray rug, maybe circular rug. Oh, that's cute for this too. Little tiny rug. I know, so little. Okay, guys, we're almost done. Like, this is literally the last room, and the mansion is finished. And then we'll move the land grabs in here. and I'll name it Manor. I'm gonna let the land grabs live here. I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. They're not buying too much yarn. They're not enough. Yo, yeah. So you're buying 6 balls. So naturally, that's 6 balls of yarn. Okay. We're in our final bedroom. And then we'll edit the land grabs too. Oh, actually, turn off my mods first. Then we can edit the land grabs. I don't need that. To be my fate. Ooh. I know we're. Oh, this is nice, and it kind of matches the. It kind of matches the what you. Oh man, that's kind of funny. Pet? It does, doesn't it? Tell me it doesn't. Oh, that's not what I did. I like when the plants don't overlap because then they look weird flipped. You know what I mean? Oh, and then there's a little ZZ plant. Let's get a dresser. Look at that. It all kind of matches. Me zooming in and out. Oh my god, I'm like dizzy. That actually matches perfectly. This, you know, a nice little regal mirror. Excuse me. There were a few plant ones, so like, that's so cute. Wait, this is actually really cute. Hold on, we're cooking. Get me my clutter back. Get my clutter back. Bring your own pillow. Wait, the pillow can kind of sit here. Oh, we have a bunch of clutter we can add. Like, this can go over here. Um, I know we never finish a room, but here we are back in the room. Pay attention, Justin. Oh yeah, there's like these perfume sets. Let's just do that. That looks good. Get a little rug. I hate that some of these are just like floor mats. Period. Okay, we ate. And the bedroom is done. Wow. Guys, this mansion looks kind of great. I think I did my big one. It's huge. It's spacious. We're gonna get the land grabs ready to move in here. We'll sign rooms and stuff. I kind of live. We'll save. Windows did kind of fit up there. There aren't any windows on that side of the house. Huh? Yeah, no window in this bathroom, by the way. But a window does fit in there. And I think there's a window in this room. Yeah. Look at that. That's super weird. No, not that weird. Not that weird. Not that weird. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's add these curtains to every window. I don't have them. Got to check with fam. Hi fam, how they doing? Michael, well, we're pretty much done up here. We made a home theater. God, when did Ryan get here? Did I just miss Ryan completely? Oh, there's Ryan. I have arrived right on time. Oh my god, you're right there. I scrolled right past your message. Ryan, right on time because we finished the fucking mansion. They're alright or whatever. Okay, mansion is finished. We added 2 windows. This is it. This is the completed mansion. I just got here. Ooh, wait, was it your Chili's lunch? Because Loki, I went to Chili's yesterday. You inspired. This is the house. I'm really happy with how it turned out. There's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bedrooms, by the way, in this house. You can't even put 10 bedrooms down. Alright, we'll say 9. Gotta love a triple dipper. Yes, I love this layout. Dude, it kind of came out. It turned out. I did my big one with it. We have a laundry room. We have a movie theater, like a home theater. And my spirit is fulfilled. I watched somebody order a triple dipper and put the mozzarella stick in the slider. When do I move in? Be honest. The house is yours. Like, what do you mean? The house is already yours, right? We made like an entertainment space, a gaming area. Even added a karaoke machine. Tons of space here. Wait, how many bathrooms? 1 bathroom, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 bathrooms. That's in. Oh, 6. Wait, 1, 2. There's 3 on this floor. 1, 2, 3, 6. This house is massive. Let's do traits. Not casual nudity. Yes, I have my Wicked Wind smile, which we're gonna have to turn off when we edit them. Natural light. We'll make it homey, and we'll do great acoustics and child play. Oh, Regal Residence. Ooh, maybe we'll do Regal Residence. Oh yeah, a lot of challenges. Spooky. Want ghosts to show up? Not heist havoc. Lock the doors and hide all valuables. Burglars visit more often on this lot. That's kind of gaggy. What if that was the case? And then what? In the slider, I tried it. It is worth it. Period. Yeah, literally in the slider. Okay. I'm gonna save. We're gonna edit the land grabs and move them into this house. And that's the end of this build. Like, what are we gonna build next, guys? What are we into building? Should we keep renovating houses? Should we make something new? I was thinking about making other kinds of commercial lots, like functional lots. Let me other. Let's disable my mods. Let's exit to main menu. Like a cafe? Oh, we could totally make a cafe. Yes. Childgeek coming to expect my progress. That is so funny, Vaughn. You're just checking in on you like, are we making progress? Mom, you have until end of day. She's like a supervisor. Let's restart the game. With an apartment above? Wait. Okay, there is a pack that I can separate, like the lot to have a residence and a business. I don't have that one, but I'm totally gonna do it anyway. Let's reopen. Let's edit the lag grabs. Also, I'm very into editing like the townies because I think that the default townies are not great. I also wanted to play Animal Crossing on stream. So, naturally, because Pocopia came out and it's so similar to Animal Crossing, and Animal Crossing has a major update in it with hotels, I wanted to play Animal Crossing. Tattoo Parlor, Art Gallery, yeah, with the new pack. And I don't have it. I'm about to evict this girl. The person on this lot is one person. What you doing there? I'm gonna move you in somewhere else. She can live in the townhomes. No way. That's awesome. Well, that's one way. Ugh, not the eviction. I don't even give a damn. And then I think, okay, hear me out. So I want to do a let's play with this sim. Once I think Windenburg, I do want to shape up Windenburg a little bit more. We have like here, let me show y'all because now the game's open. We kind of have okay, so this is Windenburg. This is where our sim is living and where she's gonna be living when she gets pregnant and moves on with her life. Oh, kick her out. No, it's happening. Um, there's still a lot to renovate. We just finished this lot up here. Look, this single girl. I'm gonna actually do this now. Move out households. I'm gonna make them live in the small unit with the 2 bedrooms. Wait, which one is the one? Oh, it's move her right in. Furnished. Sell furniture. Oh no. No, don't sell your furniture. Wait, what does sell furniture mean? This is not her furniture. I want her out. That furniture I put in there. She did not buy that furniture. Ah. Oh, okay. Okay, so sell furniture is correct. Okay, we moved her ass into the into the townhomes. She was like, she's leaving with something. No, girl. Yeah, you're leaving with $200,000. Keep this furniture in here. Okay, here are the land grabs. The land grabs are living. Oh no, this is not land grabs. This is Jerkson. So we'll change it. We'll change it to Jerkson. We're gonna move them. Move out households. Moving. Yeah, let's move in here. Sell furniture. They don't have enough money. Okay, and this is my workaround. This is how I work around it. Let's cancel the moving. We'll go in here. We'll play. Why is the mom just okay? They have 2 adopted children. Well, I sure hope they're adopted. And The lighthouse? Why are they at the lighthouse? With Ashley, who's totally not a raccoon in a trench coat. Jerkson? Kick to the townhomes, yeah. But the townhomes are nice. They're nice. It's nice. No, it's nice. Is this your home? Girl, why are you... What is she doing? This? Isn't this your home? Girl, go home. I have to give her money. It's unique. I like the beat. Like, why is it working? Terrified. Like, where are you going? Where are you going? You're just in the woods? I suppose. But like, where's your home? Oh, it's across. This is where they live. Damn, I wouldn't want to live on here. It's so scary. There's no roads. I don't get anywhere. There's not even a road. It's just a house. Island gal. No, she's not an island gal. Look at her. Does she look island to you? Also, this house is ugly. I can't wait to renovate it. Look at how ugly this house is. Actually, the bones are good. The bones, this little like modern aesthetic is really good. But I don't know what it's trying to do. It looks like a playground. Okay, now we're home. Because we clearly need a loading screen to get. Did you hear that thunder? Like, she's right in front of her house and it has to load. Okay, so they're all home. Clara has completed readily apparent of success. Oh. Yeah, go inside, girl. This is when I'm just gonna let y'all rock while I do cheese. Shut up, move out. Ryan, how was your day yesterday? How was your stream? How was Digimon? Okay. Actually, I don't have UI cheats on. I really want to be friends with someone, but they don't seem to really want to be friends with me. How can I make them be my friend? Just being my friend. That's the only option I had. Look at this baby on the floor. Pick the baby up off the floor. How do I add funds? Is it just mother load? Is that it? That seems like enough money. They're scared because it's fucking raining. Move households. I don't even know where she went. It was so fun. We finished Digimon GSD. Okay, nice. I'm gonna need this man to lock in and pick up the baby. He's like, hey, baby, what's wrong? You're crying. You're on the floor. I'd leave the baby on the ground. We know, though. We know that about you. Stop crying, and I'd pick it up. I love that it needs to stop crying for you to pick it up. That's wow, but you saying, here, look, we're gonna move right into this beautiful home. Sell furniture. Hell yeah. Y'all know my name, not my story. Shut up. Shut up. Y'all know my name. You're ridiculous. Also, Ryan, if you didn't get your check-in, make sure you check in. StreamerBot wasn't on earlier, so I had to literally stop stream and start it up again. Listen, sometimes you need to do stuff and you just put your baby on the floor, honestly, or set it on fire. Wait, what? Thank you, King. No, thank you. Look, they moved into their brand new spanking new house. Okay, wait. How many people are there? Let's assign rooms. Oh. Guys. What was that? James. I didn't know they had an infant. Look at how many they have so many kids. I know Sophia is upset by how many kids there are. Okay. We're gonna have Sophia be upstairs in this room.
What was that? Okay, James.
Ew! Micah. This is Micah. This is Micah. Micah right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna assign Claire to this room. This is the teenager's room, right? Assign left bed to. Oh, Sophia, not Clara. Claire's the mama. That's the only bedroom on that side of the room. We're gonna. Is he a toddler? Yeah, he's a toddler, but he can't get upstairs yet. So someone's gonna have to bring him upstairs. We're gonna have the Elsa and Adriana. Maybe we can make. Well, this is gonna be their room. Assign. Oh, they're mad at each other. When I hover over it, it's supposed to say who's assigned to. Oh, it's not. We'll just keep assigning them. We'll let them all come in. We need to move this baby. Also, the toddler room needs to come down here instead of look at me now. I have to fix the house. That toddler can climb a flight of stairs. Be so for real. No, he can't. Look at it. She's literally carrying the baby in because he can't walk. He hasn't learned to walk yet. What do we do? Let's go into build mode. We need to make the house fit the family. We'll just. I think I already put all the cheats in. Let's put the baby bassinet here. Because for some reason, there's a whole ass infant. These guys really were busy. I like all. Actually, yeah. Let's push some stuff around. Because maybe this can be a different bedroom. The house is so disorienting. Oh, and then there's one. Oh, there's a kid left. We can make this his bedroom. No, this is gonna be the toddler room. This could be his bedroom. He's so for real, Micah. You are so ridiculous. I liked having this little. We're selling that. House down here. Anything else I'm missing up here? Oh, the body. And what is he doing up here? How did you get up here so fast? Also, what is he wearing? I can't. Not you enabling the non-walker. I am. They're confined to the ground. Trust. I'm doing them all a favor. What can I say? I have a soft spot for the top. Look, easy switch. Easy switch. Like it never happened. Here, that's better. Look at that. Easy switch. It was never upstairs, you know? Yeah. This is a cute. I think I'm gonna make this the desk in here. Sell these. I'm waiting for the crash out where you start just deleting. I did. Look, and now we have no bedroom rooms. There's nothing else on the walls up here, right? We just change everything to blue. There's no light blue. I've already started, Ali. I've already started. I'm sorry to tell you. Excuse me. This is such a cute toddler bed. Oh no, it's not a toddler bed. Wait, this is so cute. I actually like that a lot. Look at that. So cute. And just like that, she's gone. Look, I told you. It's literally that easy. This kid is not gonna have anything in his room. Let's get him a toy. Oh, a cat one. Oh, look at the cat. Wait, this one's actually pretty cute. Monkey. It's a fucking Yeti. Couldn't think of the word, guys. Alright, forgive me. Wait, we kind of ate on the fly. On the fly, by the way. That's so big. Oh, there just has to be a key. That's a little teeny tiny one. Actually, this is cute. There you go. Fills the space better. And now we don't have to add too much. And just like that, we're finished. Like he's still a kid. He still likes dinosaurs, right? Right. Okay, theme. Okay, I'm glad we're in agreement. What? There was something I forgot to add to the room. Oh, ceiling fans, guys. I forgot. I actually like this one. Maybe no fans in the kids' bedrooms because they're so small. But I think we can get away with fans literally everywhere. A fan fits here. We'll put a fan just randomly there. Why the fuck? Ceiling fans everywhere. I think live mode, and then let's edit them. Let's get them cute little fits, and we can move on. Sure. Oh, whoops. It's castful editor. I don't know if I have that one. I think after this, kind of down to change things too. After we build. We're gonna plan all their outfits. We're gonna change everything. We're changing everything, guys. Back to the drawing board. Oh, okay. Let's start with the dad. Major upgrades. He's not ugly by any means. You know, I think the hair is fitting. Maybe something a little bit more. I actually don't mind this. Maybe we can have a better beard situation. Maybe something a little bit more grizzly, you know? I already like this better. We'll give him some glasses to make him a little bit more like. You know what I mean? I don't mind this. This is his everyday outfit, by the way. It doesn't look bad. They typically give the Sims huge ass feet, so I'm not here for that. Maybe we'll give him like a good pair of jeans. The bell bottoms are insane. Maybe this shirt isn't it, but I understand the sentiment. We could go with something similar, like something a little bit more, like maybe it's just a button up, like a white button up. These are the wrong pants. I just want to be clear. Give him some coach. It's just that the way. First of all, let's match you up a little bit better. Honestly, these aren't bad, and we'll just change the move. Oh, look at that. Wedding band. Let's apply that to all outfits, by the way. Okay, cuff jeans. Yeah. I like to do socks, And honestly, there's only a few pairs of shoes I actually like. But he's a dad, so what if he did something like this, like a trainer? Honestly, this watch should be on every outfit as well. I think it comes with this. Hey, look, he's already looking better, like a little bit more, not crazy. Now for the formal outfit, we'll give you that vet back. And we'll put blue pants on. Yeah, that works for me. Easy. Easy peasy. Next, athletic. This isn't bad. This is actually not a bad fit. We're just going to change the shoes. Let's lock in, change the shoes. Put on a regular sock. That's all we do. This is literally how we edit them. Sometimes this is fine. I'm here for it. I don't mind a little full set. We might even go a little bit more casual with the t-shirt. Why the fuck not? And shoeless, because it's your house and you live there. This is not a party fit. Sims, this is not what people wear at parties. This, I wouldn't be mad at that at a party. We'll even go with like a khaki. Hell yeah. Fine. Sure. Socks. Again, need to be these socks. You could probably get away with both shoes here. No socks? Maybe no shows? Where are the no shows? No? Oh, maybe they're not party socks. Maybe they're not masculine either. What if we gave him these? Why aren't there any no-show socks? Guys, would you hate me if I didn't have him wear socks with this party outfit? Probably, right? Like this, normal wear for the pool. These shorts, very short, sir. Gotta be careful. But it's giving dad vibes, right? Like, should we just put him in a pair of cargo shorts? Something casual. This yellow shirt, not doing it for me. Maybe we can make it a different color. Sure. Flex, I guess. I have shirts like that. I mean, sure. This works. This works for me. And cold weather, hey, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Then what the hell was he wearing when they moved? I don't mind this either. I don't mind this. This fit is actually near perfect. Maybe let's make these brown. They don't come in brown. They only come in black. These are like fucking corduroy. That's fine. That works with me. Oh yeah. All right, Bajorn. He, him pronouns. It's giving that kind of guy. Now we have spouse, Clara. Clara girl, you need a complete makeover because you kind of remind me of that mom that like finds herself in the bottom of the wine bottle. In the bottom of the wine bottle, not the bottle of the wine. You know what I mean. The hair, you know, it is cute. I'm not mad at the hair. Maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe something like this. A little bit better. She's clearly a long hair girl.
Oh.
Whoa. Baby hairs on fleek. This works. Oh my god, imagine it. And then they fix this hair.
Ooh.
Ooh! I don't know, it's giving pulled back. Yeah, maybe even something like this. Bangs? Give her bangs? We're back at this ponytail. This feels like it fits her better, though, with this little low bun situation. Okay, not this hair. Not this hair texture. Ooh, okay, wait. I like this. I'm here for this. It's giving... She kind of gives me, like, if Celine Dion was in The Sims. You know what I mean? I think we just need to give her a necklace. Pearl necklace. And now she is the matriarch. You know what I mean? And now she's the matriarch of the family. It's all coming back to her. Coming back to her now. She was wearing a skirt, right? Long skirt. The shirt doesn't go with it. Crop top situation? Maybe it is just that simple. Just give her a little t-shirt. Like, this is the same vibe, but it's not one set, you know? And she does look like a diva who wears heels. She is the diva who wears heels anytime she wants. You know? She's gonna put them on. She's gonna put the shoe on. But then let's give her a good shoe, you know? Why are we putting her in this shoe when there are so many better shoes she could have on? Like, I'm a fan of these. These seem like casual shoes. There's a new shoe. Oh yeah, this is a new shoe. I actually like those here. Hell yeah. Look at her.
Oh.
She's an icon. She is the moment. Now what? Now come on now. Let's make sure this wedding ring. Wrong. This wedding ring. Ooh, okay. We did not spare any expense. Let's apply ring to all outfits. And honestly, I like playing with the nails in this game. But she does look like she'll keep it short. She'll keep it white. You can catch my drift. And she doesn't show her toes. Not for free anyway. So we'll not have to worry about her toes. And look at that. Now she's a white lady. Now look at that. She's a white lady. Oh no, we have to put this hair on in every single one. Because she's just that girl that always has her hair up like this. Wait, this is... Okay. Okay, wait. Claire, I thought we weren't showing the dogs. I thought the shoes were going to cover... Let's get those shoes back on. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Ooh! Stunning! Stunning! She looks great. Next fit. Wow, okay, body yaddy yaddy, body on T. And she has a matching set. I'm leaving her like this. Now look at that. She's a white lady. Literally. Alright, you would not be wearing this. It's giving you would wear something like this. Oh my god, imagine her in this, just walking around the house. And then I think you're in a house shoe girl. You just have house shoes. Girl, what is this? This is not a party outfit. Now, someone like Clara, her party outfit is gonna be like a gown. Like, she is gonna be dressed out. You know what I mean? Not that. Not even this. Like, she's gonna look the best. The most expensive. Maybe not the best always, but she's gonna have the fit on. The fit will be on. That's how she got all them kids. And she bounces back. And she will bounce back. I don't like these cherries. This is too cottagey. Ooh, elegant. Stunner. I like this. Let's change this god awful shoe to the ones we've been wearing. The Love Island kit or Love Island pack. Period.
Hmm.
Claire said, "I'm here with my fur, and I'm here to play." Look at her. She looks great. Next, swimwear. God, look at this body. She is. I'm thinking more vintage. Vintage. She's gonna wear a hat to the pool, to the beach. She's wearing a big ol' hat. Let's see. Maybe something like this. Yes. Pussy hat slay. Okay, I'm paying for my crimes. I'm gonna lurk and lay down. Okay. Look at her. She said, "I'm ready for the pool." Even the witch hat. Use the yeah. Wow. Use the witch hat. Totally. I'm gonna give the witch hat to one of the little girls. That's like her. I thought you were getting it onto your PC. Why are you still on your iPad? Oh, she's an explorer. Wait, I'm kind of here. Okay, Miss Clara, I see you. She said, "Look, I am the queen of the castle." Wait, why is Clara dressed right?
Ooh.
No, Clara is dressed.
Hmm.
Got comfy again. Okay. Clara, you have impressed me. Everyone, clap for Clara. Change the outfit, Clara. Change it around, and she didn't have to. She looks great. All right, now it's time for Sophia. Oh, we can also change their relationships. Okay, what do we feel about these? Do you think they're close? Spouse? Is it wholesome? Is it steamy? Is it strange? I clapped my cheeks. Allie. Okay, Automod. Allie. Can't just tell. Okay. Just say that out loud. There are kids watching. All of their kids. I think they're gonna have a difficult dynamic. I feel like big families like this and like I don't know, wealthy people often have a hard time having relationships, so I think they're gonna be difficult. Plus, did you see that friendship bar? That friendship bar was low. Okay, it was red. That means they're upset. And maybe it's unpredictable. It's giving like the couple from Pretty Little Lies, or no, Big Little Lies, Big Little Lies. The Nicole Kidman relationship. They were like difficult and unpredictable. Maybe not as violent, but maybe that's their relationship. It's like they don't communicate, they fight. The Beckham drama. Wait, is there more than the son drama from before? I feel like he is going to be close. What if it's racism? What if it's racism? What if he's like distant to the adopted children? And then what if he's really close with his actual kids? What if he's that kind of dad? Let's be messy. I'm gonna do it because it happens. What if he's just like a horrible dad? Fuck it, let's do it. Hell yeah, I made him a horrible person. The tea. That's what this is for, right? I think we have everybody. He's just a bad dad, and maybe that's why their relationship's so difficult, because Claire is just like a supportive mom. She just wants, a big happy family. And he's like, now I have to pay for all these kids. And like, 2 of them aren't even mine. That is messy. Why would he be like that? You know what? I'm here for it. He has a tough walk too. That's how he walks, tough. Again, me as a parent. Micah, you're not gonna take care of some adopted kids, please. All right, and then Clara, on the other hand, she is like permissive with the adopted kids, like even more so because of how strained the relationship with their dad is. And then we're gonna do close with the babies. Maybe she's a little bit more distant from the oldest daughter because the daughter's like a little bit more independent and like the family grew without her. Oh my god. I made this story in my head. And then she is supportive of her daughter. You know. But she's done it already once. And then yeah, this works. I actually don't mind this at all.
Oh.
Sophia. Okay, what kind of sister is Sophia gonna be? We're up to editing her. Let's edit her real quick. She's in her PJs. Do we want to make her like a complete rebel? The imagination. We love story building. Ooh, okay. It's giving. Wait, let's see what her party outfit's like. She likes to show a little skin, I see. She is independent. Okay, what is she? She likes music. She's cheerful and music. Okay, she's giving singer-songwriter. It's giving moody. It's giving. Okay, so this is not her hair. This is not her real hair anyway. Slay Girl. I think it's giving her hair is gonna be long and down, right? Like, not like bushy. I don't think it's like big and curly and like out like this. I say poofy because I'm thinking of the width of the hair. Maybe it's edgy because she just like is a no. She's not edgy. She's not that girl. She lives in the burbs. She's not edgy. The blush goes crazy. Look at her. She said this blush and the eyeshadow. This is a teenager. Okay, jewels in the hair or like chain wear in the hair hardware in the hair. What if we just completely dyed her hair pink? She looks like a grown-ass woman. Is she a teen? She is a teen. She looks like a grown-ass woman. Okay, it's good. I like the headband. I think a headband is cute for her. Just give her an afro, just completely different. This hair is crazy. That's good kids' hair. Ooh, this is cute for a girl like this, I guess. Not the baby hairs. She does not have no baby hairs. Let's get her into her pastel goth era. Okay, wait. Micah, please explain it. That's to me, those are contradictory. I like an undercut. Maybe there's an undercut. All this stuff from the... Oh, this isn't a bad hair. It's like goth, but pastel-y. So like a lot of chain wear, like chains and like mesh. They're like blush. Yeah. Okay, I see the vision. Give her that. Speaking of the Beckhams. I have no idea what kind of hair she would wear. Oh! That's not casual at all. She just makes bangs. This. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. This is also cute with the little clip in the back. Wait, we found a spot. That's not her hair. This is good for like a bathroom moment, right? We found her hair. It's back here in the updos. Let's see. What if it's like this? Is the undercut too much? Maybe the undercut isn't her style. How do we feel about that undercut? I feel like she's not an undercut girl. Those clips, though.
Ah.
Teacher hair. The braid ponytail. This one. She is just not this girl going around in a braid like this. Like, look at her mom. You think her mom's gonna let her out like this? Not that one? Oh. Oh, not at all. Like, her mom's gonna be like, do you know who you are? This cute hair, too. The side. Oh, ponytail on the side had a braid. Let's see.
Hmm.
Like this. Oh, this is cute. I do like this. I do like this hair. I'm gonna go back to that other one because I didn't really see what the back. I saw that I had clipped. Ooh, even this is cute. This little double bun. Wait, that eats. I do like that hair, Allie. That is literally the #1 choice at the moment.
Huh.
Where's the Love Island hair?
Hmm.
Oh God, no! It would never look like this. Not on her anyway. This is cute. How does this look? It has braids. It's double braided. I like this too. Or the one long braid. This also works. Wait, these kind of eat. I like these 3 options. Allie's option, and I like these 2. Oh, hell yes. Wait, this is cute too. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah, the double pony. Wait, we might just go with the double pony. The double pony or the long braid? It's one of these 2, I think. That's her hair. Sybil from Silent Hill. Double French braid shooting soccer in high school. Like, could she play soccer? Could she write music and play soccer? No. Would she be inspired like that?
Hmm.
Do the long braid for formal wear and like sleep.
Huh.
So this for formal wear and sleep. Okay, let's apply this. Oh, that's all. To formal and sleep. And honestly, I like the double French braid. Okay. Oh. This is not what I was talking about. This one. Excuse me. I like this for like casual every day. Right? To be. That's hilarious. So you're like, I am in choir and in soccer and in theater and in.
Hmm.
Okay, I actually like this hair. We're gonna apply this hair to everything else. I like this hair. Double hairs. Honestly, live, laugh, love, Sophia. We're gonna fix her eyebrows though, because these eyebrows, girl. Wait, she looks cute with a little bushy eyebrow. A little thick eyebrow. We just have to match the hair. Yeah. This is cute. She looks a little angry, but we can fix that. Look at that. I like this size eyebrow on her. She feels a little bit more normal. This eyeliner is crazy. Wait, what? Wait. back her eye. We didn't put any makeup on Clara. But do white ladies wear makeup like that? Like Celine Dion, does she wear like? I mean, she already had this makeup on.
Hmm.
Yeah, all just changing the color looks way better. Yeah, why did she have brown eyebrows? So confused. Wait, let's go back to the makeup. I just want to change. Like, what do girls wear? I mean, I think makeup like this was very popular, like in the early 2000s. Just take all her makeup off. We can even change her eyelashes. Give her a bottom lash. I like a little wisp. These are hella big. Would she be wearing the bright blue? Yeah, literally the bright blue. Yeah, maybe a natural tone eyeshadow. Because her mom is wearing like dark eyeshadow. This liner. Whoa! Ah! Guys, I don't know how to do makeup, so this is as good as it gets, to be honest. Pastel Goth?
Ah.
Ooh, wait, this is way more muted. It's in the pastel. It's in the pastel, like, family. I kind of like this better than what it was. Here, we can even change the saturation. Okay, she kind of looks normal. Her eyes are a little weird, huh? Like, what is this crease in her eyes? What if we just take that off? We don't even have eyelashes on. Her eyelids do look strange. Maybe it's her forehead. Can I shrink your forehead? There you go. I think she looks cute, right? Let's give her something a little bit more edgy as neckwear. Ooh, interesting. Like charms? A collar? She is goth. What if she's just like e-girl goth? You know what I mean? What's this? Oh, that's cute. Is she a stars girl? Maybe she's stars. Maybe she's like stars. Oh, there is the choker. Choker option. Hell yeah. Choker? This shirt? Not her and her mom wearing the same exact shirt. Let's just change the color. Maybe not. Maybe we'll give her a different shirt altogether. The way we're making her this like choker girl. Oh, that Costco sale went crazy in the household. Like they were like, oh, the same shirt. Let's get it in multiple colors. I'm trying to fit this goth pastel aesthetic. I think Micah did it intentionally to give me a headache, and it's fine. It's fine. You can work with that. I wish the choker came in a different color. Maybe we just go with stars. Maybe she's just like more of that. That's how they got so wealthy. Everything Costco. These are heart earrings. These are crystals, llama. For a headset. None of this screams goth. You know what I mean? I don't like this choker anymore. I think the choker is not her vibe. I think she's more of a moon girly, but it is goth. Like she'll wear like goth adjacent. You know, where's the moon stuff? I think this fits with her vibe better. Pastels. It's a little moony. It's a little. But she's a simple girl. She likes the simple thing. Now it's the outfit time. Honestly, she might be like a baggy jean girl. You know what I mean? Like big baggy jeans. Just like something dark. She just like darks with pastels. You know, I think that's the vibe. Make this dark. She's in Coach. They're wealthy. Let's not forget they're wealthy. Let's shrink her fucking big goddamn feet. They always give the Sims like huge feet, but we know these girls are petite and little, and like they're gonna have tiny feet. Like she's not gonna have a big foot. She don't even look tall. Maybe Clara has a big foot. She's so Utah core. Is this Utah core? Is it Ryan? Tell me. I mean, she's a teenager at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So she's gonna wear these socks. She's gonna wear better shoes. Because honestly, the Coach sneakers are not bad, and they honestly give. Wait, there are better shoes actually. Or maybe it's like a chunky boot. Excuse me. Where is it? There is a boot that came with. Do they count as heels? No. Wedges? No. Sneakers? No. Lace ups? Imagine. No, we have to look at all the shoes. Hold on. This is. I'm dead. Okay, so I think that's the vibe Micah's going for. Oh, something like this. Like a chunky boot. See this? Hell yeah. Look at her. Edgy, but girly, like feminine, but goth. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Let's see how we can give her some fun jewelry to give her more of that aesthetic. Oh, see, like stuff like that, like bangles. Close enough. And Micah, do you even know what kind of mission you sent me on? Ooh, interesting. Those are nuts. We should have beads. Hmm. That's cool. I actually like this as well. Let's see what colors they come. Oh, crazy sexy cool. Look at that. And then the other one's up here. It matches her. Oh, okay. This kind of matches like her necklace fit. Okay, cool, 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 cool. All right, this is a good fit. Is she a nail girl, guys? Is she gonna be a nail girl? Is she gonna? Yeah, she's a teen. Oh yeah, she's a teen. She's wear. Look at these nails. You're absolutely right. Oh, 100%. She's taking it. Sophia girl. This is the girl. This is Chaperone. No. We're going to the Pink Pony Club. Okay. Honestly, she kind of ate. All right, formal wear. Okay, I think she's going to events with her family. Like they're going to like big with the family. This is actually a cute necklace. I actually want this makeup to be applied to everything. I don't want to have to spend time looking for. Well, this is liner that I don't want. Looking for stuff. Her mom's gonna make her like wear a big dress, be a little bit extra like feminine to the function, right? Like that's just the dynamic I'm getting. Oh my god, she's wearing something like this. It's gonna be a boring green dress. I think her colors are gonna be greens and blacks. She literally only goes to these parties because her mom like drags her along. Honestly, we'll just keep her in the same jewelry. She's kind of cute like this. Like, why change it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? And then oh, this blush goes crazy. Let's keep the blush on her. Her mom hired a makeup artist. It's never her favorite. Oh, are there rings I can put on her potentially? Hold on. Actually, I can just apply to all. The socks. That's not. Wait. I want them to create multiple rings. Like. Oh, I guess that's cute. That's actually pretty cute. There you go. Look at that. A whole new person, by the way. Now let's actually apply all these accessories. Let's stick with her socks. We wouldn't know. Athletic. I think she's gonna be a green black girl. She gotta knock a bitch out, literally. But she's kind of taking it. Wait, maybe this is the wrong one. Where is it? No, that one's way better. That one's the one that's supposed to happen. Okay. Athletic. We're just gonna throw a hoodie on this hoe. The rings? Yeah, I think so too. Let's take these goddamn leggings off. These shorts do not go. I spent so much time on the fits. Like, I guess this works. Coming green.
Ooh.
Ooh. Better. 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 With character creation. Ooh, where did she get them? She got them from the Sims cast menu. Oh, exactly. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're in hour number 2, and all I've done is change fits.
Ah.
Cute bedwear. Honestly, let's just change it to green. I think that's her color. Her color is green.
Ah.
Party fit. Look at these socks. I don't mind this top, actually. It's gonna have to be darker. Kevin, thank you for the check-in. How are you, my friend? Happy Sunday. I hope you're having the best weekend. Micah, if once I'm done here, you wanna play some DVDs? I know you wanted to play yesterday. I think we just go with a dark pan, right? We're just decorating some Sims here, Kevin. Time change fucked me. The time change fucked me too. And 10 out of 10 agree. Not lurking once Kevin gets here. When I gave him a mic. Oh, okay. Wait, Mike? Honestly, decked out. This is her party fit. My child reset my EA password. Please! This is almost my turn. Oh, is it like open lobby? Oh, Mike, like almost adulting. Let's go. I am just gonna change her to have like maybe not necessarily a jump like a bathing suit, but something like swimwear. Oh yeah, like something like this. Let's take those shoes off. This is not bad. Let's just make it green. Micah, I don't know if this is the vibe you wanted, but here we are. Kevin, what do you have planned today? Yeah, of course. That makes sense. Honestly, this is a good summer fit. Let's not work too hard. Honestly, I'm here for this. It's giving. She just needs to change the color up. E-girl. E-girl alert. Period. I guess that works. Sophia, you are that girl. Okay, now let's focus on our relationships. I think she's gonna be... She might just be distant with all of her siblings, you know? I think because she's distant with her parents, she's just distant with all her siblings. Like moody girl almost. Like, I'm just here. I can't wait to like go to college. I can't wait to like be more independent. She's just gonna be distant with everyone. Maybe she's close with one brother, let's say. Maybe they had like one moment where she was really there for him, so she has like more of a soft spot for her brother. Okay. Younger sister. This outfit sucks! Gonna be lurking, cutie. Okay, Kevin. Love you too. Thanks for coming. You wanna play later? I would love to play. You too, Taco. Thank you for checking in. How are you? Okay, we're changing fits. I kind of like this mode, like this style. Trapped them in the pool. Trapped in the pool, you go. I like this fit. I want to change the color of literally everything. Ooh, what if it's something like this? Browns and blues for her. I like that. I also don't mind this hair. Taco, how are you doing? Thank you for checking in. How was your cooking stream? Like, what did how did the food come out? I was there for a little bit, but I don't think you were cooking yet. Even this is cute. I like this a lot. I like this fit. I like this fit. We'll move on. Her formal and her everyday wear are the same. Sure. Let's move on. Kids are a little easier because they have like ugly clothing. Like these socks are so long. And plus like kids, I feel like kids don't really wear a lot. They kind of stick to the same 3 clothes, you know? Like creatures of habit. Gonna be lurking? Okay, yes. We will be here. Ooh, onesies are cute. Maybe her and her sister have matching onesies. Maybe she's close with her sister because they're so close in age. Like the younger sister. Or the other child. Yeah, they'll have onesies together and they like are very close. Party outfit? This is giving like children's party wear actually, right? Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna keep that. Swimwear. I'm okay with this. Yellow. Take this hat off. I'd rather you in a baseball cap or even a duck hat. Oh, actually, no. She's the one that's just gonna wear. Oh, maybe the other girl wears just witch hats. Give her a cowboy hat for funsies, for shits and gigs, if you will. And then her party wear. Party. Yeah. Hot weather. Oh yeah, make her a little camper. Wait. She's gonna be a camper. She's gonna be a camper. Give her some overalls. Wait, this is so cute. It's brown and blue. Yeah, something like this. And then a sneaker. Or a brown sandal. Hell yeah, she is such a cutie. Look at that. Let's just change this jacket to a different color. Different shoes, more like boots. And yeah, let's call it there. Let's do this. Family dynamic. They're gonna be close. I think she's just gonna be close with all her siblings. She's just gonna be the complete opposite of her older sister. She loves all her siblings. They get along fantastic. I think everyone else is gonna. I think the rest of the siblings are gonna be pretty close, like together. She's a horse lover. Creative genius. Okay, so she's artsy. That's good to know. Sporty and artsy. That's the kind of sisters they are. I like this hair on her. Let's give her a hat. The witch hat for fun. Witch and cowboy. Oh, actually, that's her cold weather look. This is a cute fit. Wait, she is such a cutie. Wait, let's give her the witch hat. What is it? Maybe kids can't wear it? It's not a kid's hat. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, it's not coming out. That's a cute hat, actually. Okay, yeah, I don't mind this. Actually, I like this for her. I like the green to complement the blue on her. They'll both sort of match, you know, like they match. Blue and brown, really pop up color on the party, and then we get with the green. Is there a blue? Oh, God. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. Actually, this is cute too. Maybe the jacket just needs to change something consistent. Nothing about that color is orange, so why is that? Let's go back to Adriana. Oh wait. This is cute too. Actually, this totally makes sense. What if she just wears a different shirt? Here for it. Athletic wear. Let's give her. Shorts. Sneakers. She's gonna have a matching onesie. I like these shark sandals on her. This is so adorable. Stop. Maybe she's the more laid back one. She doesn't have like as vibrant of a personality. She doesn't like. I'll give that to her. Ooh, I love these stripes. Wait, this is cute. Let's just change the color of this one. Yep. And cold weather. This works. Let's just make it green. I like this. Here for it. Next baby. Okay, wait. I think we've gotten all the kids, and now we have Ben. Okay. Ben's the cutie too. Wait, I like this fit on him. And the hair. Wait, they kind of. Oh, we have to change all their pronouns. Okay, I think the older sister's pronouns are probably she, her. Can the kids have pronouns? Can we change their pronouns? Yeah, I think this is also gonna be a she, her. But honestly, I think Adriana's thinking like they, she. You know, like she's kind of into it. She doesn't really abide by that. Into that story arc for her. Okay, and then Ben. I mean, it's just they're just close to everyone. Oh, he's outdoorsy. Yes. Okay, he's outdoorsy. Ben, you're such a cutie. You kind of ate too. Like I don't even have to work really hard on it, except for when you put on this outfit. Then I have to actually change everything. You're outdoorsy. Maybe there's a full body outfit. Black and white with red. Is that the thing here? No.
Hmm.
Let's just do black and red. Black, white, red. Oh, this is cute. I like this. Different shoes. Obviously. Obviously, we need different shoes. We could just give him. The boots are fine, I guess. I don't like this fit. Guys, this is happening. I'm going through the motions. Ooh, they made this in the kids. Oh, what if it's something like this? I just wish the pants weren't hiked up like that. This is cute. You want black and white, right? Or black and red. Black, red, white, white. I like a black tee. There's no red. Also a cute top. Like it's giving cool kid who goes like camping and stuff. Like the three of them go camping together. You know, they go to summer camp together. I kind of live for that. You should also build a summer camp because that is something I have access to.
Hmm.
Oh, I like this. Next, pants. Oh yeah, better fit. Ooh. Normal. I kind of like this. Let's just change the. I say that and then I change it, like literally every time. No, we'll just change it to red. That's the favorite color. Favorite color is red. Athletic. Change to red. Favorite color is red. You know. I don't think you need a horse helmet. You need a horse helmet? If anything, I think you can use a baseball cap. Okay, it's giving Super Mario. Gotta go potty? Okay, bad. Sleepwear, it's giving. I like this. I love that they put the do-rag on him already. I didn't have to do it for him. Not motherfucking Mario. He does. This is a cool party fit, like cool kid with the leather jacket. Like that's what it's giving. We'll switch this to red one. Red. There's no red or black option. Oh. Oh, I like that. And honestly, we can give him. He doesn't need to. Honestly, jeans, shorts. I like this shirt. Hell yeah, he looks cute. What a cutie. Change this. That's perfect. And maybe change the shoes to black. And give him a hat. Hell yeah. Look, oh, they're all so cute. Now me falling in love with this family I've never played with guys. Excuse me. Then there's Justice. What a crazy name for this baby. We're just gonna fix her up a little bit. I'm gonna give her. We're just gonna make all her clothes white. Look. Oh, these are so cute. The baby clothes. I haven't played with any of these. Party. Oh. And just like that, we have dressed them all. And now they live here. And they have the space for it. Like, they have an infant that's going to become a toddler, and they could just put those toddlers together. And they is too many people, because that would have to be me. That would have to be me. Like, what is this outfit he's in? Alright, let's go back to Manage Worlds. Save and go to Manage Worlds. We've edited the family like we said we were going to do. And now we're moving on. Maybe we can save building the cafe home situation for the next time we play Sims. So I can do that with you guys. And I'm trying to think like where we could put that. Maybe we could put it in a different world. Like where's the best place for it? Ooh, maybe we can put it in. Hold on, let's see. Like there's a cafe here already, so maybe we don't touch this. Maybe we can get here. There's a bubble tea place, a park, a nightclub, a gym that I edited. I edited the gym here to fit the vibes a bit better. So maybe it would go to a different world. Maybe it could go in Willow Creek. Maybe one of these could be an apartment. So this is a museum that I have in the gallery. Maybe we can replace one of these with an apartment cafe situation. There's a library with a cafe in it. And I think I edited this gym, so maybe it can go here. Maybe what we can do is build. We'll just do that. Do that here. I don't know if anybody's gonna live in it, to be honest. I could just make it a residence. And then people could just hire a cafe. Yeah, I did not edit this. This is not my bar. I did, however, I edited the gym. I gave it a little smoothie counter at the front. Like a smoothie spot. And then I created this library. This library also exists in the world that we're playing in. And then this is from when I played Sims on my laptop a lot. Bulldoze. Wah wah. Not here. I think we're gonna start by placing that tile down. Just so we don't forget. Every building on this street kind of has tile. Like it's sitting on tile. This one's sitting on the same bricks. Oh, it's this. Does that look good? 3x3. Oh, there needs to be one. All right. And then we will. I almost hit close on OBS. Residential rental, residential, custom venue. We could just make a custom venue. I like the idea of making a cafe here. I wish I had that pack so I could separate it, so like it could actually be a residence and a cafe. We could make it a rental with a cafe at the bottom. I'm okay with that. Just for aesthetics. Hell yeah. We'll make it a rental. We'll make it like a walk-up. 3 apartments. In this style here. I'm here for that. Like people living on the busy street of the neighborhood. All right, that sounds like a good plan to me. Oh wait. There you go. Now it's even. This is cute. I mean, I don't think this museum fits here. Low-key. I think I'm gonna remove the theme as well. And switch this to something else. What other lots do we have? Maybe we can make it a wedding venue. There was already a museum here, which is why I think I added this museum. Generic. There's already a gym and a library. I mean, we can make it a park. I think there's already a park on this. bathhouse, playground, recreation center. We could make it a recreation center, like a Y. We could make it a restaurant. Wait, there's no restaurant on the street. We could make it a restaurant. Here. Big old restaurant. We could also make it a vet clinic. Yeah. All right, good to know. Good to know. Some ideas we have for this. The vet clinic might be nice. I think there should be a vet clinic in every world, just because that hack always requires you to like go and like drop your pets off. Okay, cool. How about we'll do this? We'll keep the blue velvet B&B. No, apartment. Hell yeah, that's what it's gonna be called. All right, let's save that. That'll be our next project. I am going to boot up DVD and we'll end stream that way. We'll play for like another hour. Exit to main menu, save and exit. We can't X out the game from the build screen, I think still. You can hear the PlayStation in the background loading up. By the way. There you go. And now to exit. Alright, we're gonna play DVD now. Run some games. Open lobbies for anybody who wants to play. I'll be right back. back. Micah, are you on? Oh, no bonuses today. Let's run this.
I've never read about or seen a place like this.
My Spotify is not playing. Oh, these shorts again. Oh, these shorts again. Well, yeah. Ryan, are you done feeling bad? Do you want to come back? Do you want to come play? I'm only playing for a little bit. Maybe an hour. Maybe another hour. Are we? I think I'm gonna just push stream another hour. Guys, my Spotify wasn't working. There you go. Now it's working. Perfect. "24-hour stream? You're crazy." No, we're just pushing it another hour. Oh no. If you need an energy drink to just what? Don't. Screw you! Actually, I'm gonna go back to the gen. No, take the chase off the gen. Fine, heal me, Michaela, fine. Oh, there's a TTV in here. Ryan, if you feel like you need an energy drink to get out of bed, just stay in bed. You know what I mean? It's okay to like just rot, you know? Sorry, Francis. Sorry, Francis Adam. Is it that hook that she's putting on? Oh no, he got out. He got out. Who saved him? You don't like sitting still for too long? Well, that's fair too. You know, very valid points that you're bringing. Well, I think if you do want to play, and if you feel up to it, it won't be too much. Play. Get your energy drink. Make yourself feel better. Do a few jumping jacks. Move your body. Those old like improv warm-ups. Check it out. We have swapped the chase around to 3 different people at this point. Good job, Michaela. Good try. She got out! Somebody has a flashlight. I think it's Leon. Excuse me. That's fine. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Good try. He's still hurt. Putting in an order. Ooh, he took that hit. He got out! Oh my god, Adam Francis got out! What the heck is happening over there? Run! You don't even care. He's trying to get another save. Michaela, like, girl, just do the gen. Look at her. Michaela, do the gen, Michaela. Just do the gen, Michaela. Thank you. Thank you, girl. Oh, I'll heal you. Girl, let me heal you. Guys, why are we doing this? I will not heal you then. I want to heal you. Yeah, exactly. Like, why? Why? Don't fight me. Here, now you can heal me. Love that for me. Okay. I still have my inner strength, so we can pop that. Damn, not that. Okay, Leon saved. Michaela got Leon. Got the save. That little gremlin's gonna come. I don't even want this. I don't even want this. Hi, Ali. Ali, what have you eaten today? Because I have yet to eat like real food, and I'm feeling hungry. Fully healed. He saw you. She saw you. That freak of nature saw you. Where are the bones? I saw some bones over here. I'm gonna hit that gen over there. Chicken teriyaki and rice and broccoli and chips and salsa. Eat that much today, but you got chicken teriyaki. Oh, that gen had no progress. I hope you guys saw me and you're coming this way. Chicken teriyaki sounds amazing. Mwah. Come here. Oh god, this little bitch. W flashbang? Dude, the Leon is kind of eating. I'm gonna have to go in. Hopefully they're alive. I'm gonna go do that gen. Honestly, you're fading, dude. Flying over that pallet was crazy. Because no one's on a gen. Like, no one even thought to come to this gen. He got the save again! The save again! I need Adam to come over here. Oh, he's on a gen. Wait, what gen is he on? I'm gonna keep doing progress on this one. Saved again, dude. That Leon is kind of good. Maybe, just a little. Oh my god, the pig DC was crazy. Ryan, we have such great games together. Halfway done. No, Adam Francis, please. I love that about us. For no reason, literally. We've had some DCs at the start of matches. It's kind of ridiculous. Adam got up somehow. DBD is a cozy game, right? No adrenaline on anybody. I'm gonna get this door. Is Michaela here already? Michaela's already here. I'm gonna go take a hit, I guess. Well, yes, in a way. Where are they? Found her. Come here, girly. You will never get this. You will never get this. La 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 la. Oh, it's Noed. Oh, it's Noed. Oh, it's Noed. Okay. Okay, I see you. I see you. It's fine. It's fine. Just reset. Why is the Noed not on those bones? It has to be around here somewhere, right? They can't get out. Let's just go get out. I'm gonna crash out. Guys, GG's. Thanks everyone for coming. I appreciate you all. Bye. I am actually gonna crash out. Wait, let's go in this guy's chat. Do you think he's live? TV Rez Makwa. Not live. P100 Leon though. GG's, that was fun. That was good. It's fine. It's fine. Just let her have the 1K. Just vote. I had no idea where they were, okay? I'm sorry. I went to go look for them. I guess the rule is stay by the door. You know what I mean? I will just keep running them until people are ready. Also getting out of bed and should be ready next match, period. Okay. Yeah, and honestly, no pressure. We won't play that many. Play only a few. Micah said he was gonna play with me, but where's Micah? Nowhere to be found. As long as you know, Ryan. I just don't want everyone else to know. Oh, we're playing as Meg. I have to match the vibes. Is the money gonna match my freak? Is the money gonna match my freak? Is the money gonna match my nasty? I brought a toolbox. I had to match them. We all had to be Meg, you know? This song is cute. Listen, bitch. Stop coming in my chat. Oh, I have technician on? Wow, TBT. TBT to technician. Already chasing? That made up for the technician fail, right? Oh. Not that cool. Oh, it's Miss PBS. It's Sesame Street. It's giving Rocco. You see peeing? Go first. I have a horrible build right now. I found 2 bones. Cindy, this bitch is messing up my floor. Hey. Oh, she's right over there. You ugly bitch. Woo! No! No! I have a horrible build. This build is trash. This build is trash with this map. Balanced landing. There's nothing to fall from. Oh, I guess there's the house right there, huh? She's scared. She knows. Oh my god, girl. I'm at full recovery. Literally just touch me and I'm going to leave. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Leaving. Yeah, take that hit from me. Like, why save me and not take a hit? Yeah, I know I'm coming. Oh, they're playing together. Come on, girls, let's do it. We're over here. It's okay, I can take it. She's on death though. Why the other one would just run away like that? It's crazy, but it's fine. I have a horrible build. But the fit is fitting, right? Like, Meg looks cute. Tony! Tony, you want to play some games, bro? I'm so sorry. I owe you some games tonight if you're going to play. I'll definitely be on. That's my bad. Oh. Damn, let's just run. Fish coming over here. Okay. Tony, how you feeling? You still feeling sick, bro? She's on her way. Puta! Where is this other girl? She must be new. Like, why is she running away? Your friends are dying. Come get your friends. I'm gonna chase her. Go help your friends. Why are you running away? Look at her. Where'd she go? I lost her. Oh, she's right here. Girl, what are you hiding from? Come here. Hey! Hey, you! Come here! I'm playing a different game at the moment? Okay, bet. Ooh, D&D night. Yes, I'm still sick. Aww. Okay, wait. For D&D night, can you please let me know everything I need to prepare? Like, do I have to make a character? Like, what do I need? Like, what level do they have to be? Does it matter? Are they gonna just be level 1? Or are we starting from the top? Or from the top? I think I'm gonna go for save. Oh, come on. Why is she working on a gen? We're all on Death Hook. Guys. I cannot believe that just happened. We had 3 gens done too. GG's. I'm just gonna let go. Just vote. Just vote. Just let that Meg go. She wants to win. She's not even gonna come for me. Look at her. Vote. Nope. Just vote. Just vote. Okay, back. Do not come here. It really is that going to be DM. Okay, back. Why are you coming to save me, girl? Oh, because she should have stayed her ass in that house. She's new here. It's okay. We forgive her. I'm assuming she's new. I've never seen anybody just run away from their teammates like that. Hide. Hiding. Crouched hiding. G. Well, they made me play as Meg for 0 reason. We're going back to Gabe. Pantless Gabe. At that. I know that was a quick match, Ryan, but if you're ready, I'm ready. Here, I'll just invite you, and if you're ready, okay. Sonny, what game are you playing right now? Excuse me. Johnny Rapid? Not Johnny Rapid. Period. Hellfire Gang. Hellfire Gang. Booting up DVD as we speak. Oh, look who decided to show up. Your name didn't update? Dude, it's always like, there's always like a delay in the friends list. But then your name here is different. How dare I have previous engagement? You said you're the one who asked me about DVD. You're the one who said you would be down to play. You just had to go play with Mike, and then you had to go pee. How previous is this engagement? Please forgive me, Master. Oh, not Master. My game just ended. What were you playing? Your game with Mike just ended? Clock the chat. Clock the chat logs. Clock the chat logs. Check the something's not mathing. The math ain't mathing in the chat logs. How was your game? Did you guys win? Oh hey. It's Kevin. It's Kevin. Someone's pretending to be Kevin. It's a Vic Nifty, by the way. Oh, he just went into his booty hole. Taco, exactly. Getting shot as per usual. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Here, I'm gonna sit over here. Can I get an exclamation point Micah in the chat? Oh no, Ryan. I gotta look for some bones. Oh, bones! Is there in here? They're here. Ryan, please be careful. Boob! Did someone say game of work? Boob, come play! We're doing open lobbies.
Prepare yourself.
How my darling's doing? Boob. It's better now that you're here. I'm doing open lobbies. We just played 3 hours pretty much of Sims. And we started Fortnite, or DVD, maybe like half an hour ago.
You will not escape.
Ryan's like, don't mind me. I'm just here. Oh, my heart. And now we're playing DVD. We're gonna play like maybe an hour and a half of DVD. Open lobbies for whoever wants to join. Then it's dinner time. It was also decided on stream that the next Sims Day, we're gonna make like an apartment with a cafe at the bottom floor. Excellent timing. He's not in chase with me yet, but he will be. I don't know where you are, Ryan. I don't want to bring him to. Oh. Oh, he slurped. He slurped. Now he's like. I'm gonna go for hook. Went upstairs, I think. Yeah, I think he went up there. Stargazer! So, you know. So I can play it on Heartopia. Period. Yeah, that'll probably be tomorrow, to be honest. Star, how are you? Do you want to get in on some games? We're doing open lobbies, only for a little bit. Probably get like 3 or 4 games in. Folks. I think I played 2 solo, so this is our first game. Oh! Ah! 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 Ooh! Ah! He tried it. He tried it. Oh, he hit me that time. Oh, he knows I want to play. He wants to play around the pallet. Okay, guys. Obviously, Ryan is the better player. I could not take a chase for my life.
You will not escape.
I forgot. He honestly, it's easy for him to do like those ranged moves close combat, like close. Well. No, I'm fine. Oh wait, he's up on that. Why is he up there? I low-key want to start working on this gen. Come here, Ryan. Let's. Is he not gonna go for the pickup? Part of me thinks he's literally here. Oh, he saw me. I was like, I can hear him. Yes, go lay down. Oh, get some water, get some food. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm ready to eat. Guys, what is happening right now? I'm spiraling. I honestly didn't know where he was. Unlucky ones are working on this gentleman. That's true. Was he in his power that whole time? Yeah, I'm on death hook. Oh, he's camping. Alright, well. Oh, Ryan.
You have little time left.
Ryan's about to fucking die, bro. Yeah, I fully ran right into him. Yes, Gabe, give me the music. From this angle. I mean, from this angle. Honestly, this angle.
It will not be so easy.
Oh, he doesn't go for me. I haven't found any bones. I haven't found any bones anywhere. I found bones. It's a wrap. I'm finally gonna heal. Play like 2 games? Period. Did he ever hit this generator? Guys, this game doesn't count. Let's just... Oh! Hey! Hey, Ryan. Oh!
I am.
Ryan's like, no, no, no. Come out of the closet. It's okay. Can't go back in there. He hit the gen. Yep. I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna talk on the phone. Oh, that's really close. Are there bones up here? If I could do some more bones.
I expected.
Oh wait, actually, I still have it. Oh, I'm sorry, whoever this is. I'm sorry to y'all. I'm sorry to y'all. I didn't know. I did not know. Here, I'm just gonna get on the jet. I did not know you guys were here. Sorry. Fucking A, dude. Guys, that was scary. No.
Your days
Oh, I'm not
are
hurt.
numbered.
I thought I was hurt. He's going for that phone. Guys, that was a scary chase.
Very clever.
His gen is almost finished too. Did he Mori? I think he Mori'd.
It's me,
Jessica!
Jessica. I'm in here.
I don't like this. Is he on that gen? He's on the gen, huh? How did she get knocked? Why is he undetectable? Why is he undetectable? I don't get it.
I am inevitable.
Guys, inner strength for the win, bro. He has no idea. What?
Very clever.
Never. Guys, this is chaos. Ryan, it's a hatch match. You're just gonna get hatch. I'm gonna try to heal again. GG. I didn't even hear him. Come back. It's fine, Ryan. Hatch. Get Hatch. Get Hatch. This game was crazy. This map is pretty small, huh? It's not a very big map at all. Okay, so we have Micah and Micah and Star joining. So then we'll get a full squad with 2 games. Ryan, I can't watch. I can't. I hope you get out. I want to know that you got out, please. I can't watch. I couldn't be there anymore. Oh, did you get out or did you die? Be honest. Let's get Star and Micah in here and we'll start our rounds. Oh, perfect. Love that Nia costume. You got Hatch? I'm so sorry. That game was not it. I was not focused on that game. I was lost. I have been playing Sims for 3 hours, okay? Forgive me. I'm sorry. No, Micah, be Sable. Be your Sable skin. The way I don't have the Hellfire fit. Just buy it on Sable. I think it's like 400 coins. Alright, we got this. The games are gaming. The games are gaming. I'm gonna put on a medkit instead of the toolbox. I'm just gonna dump blood points. BRB. The way Aurella is already at level at peak 55 is crazy. Honestly, your Red Riding Hood fit would match too. You just have the hoodie. You're like the trader. Oh, big yawn. Think you're after? Yeah. All right, we're gonna get 2 games in, and then we'll swap lobbies. But it looks like y'all are probably the only ones in here. So maybe after the 2 games, we'll just end stream. Nemesis, Nemi. Yeah, we'll end stream after this. PC or nah, we're gonna just no comment. It's just these 2 matches. Hi friends. Oh, Micah, please be careful. Oh, I hear you outside. I hear his big ass chasing you too. Micah, can you crawl upstairs? Find the stairs, Micah. Oh no, he grabbed you. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Ruin! He has ruin! Where did it come from? Guys, why was that not a fastball? Let's be so serious. and it used my life, by the way. It used my life, and it wasn't a fastball. What? I literally got the life indication at the top. Or did it cancel out because he grabbed me? The finesse jump was so hot. Let's go, Star. I went far, far away. I'm gonna look for me bones. Oh, I found a ruin. I think it's ruin. Got a blast. Gen. Oh hey, here, let me heal you. No, let me heal you, let me heal you, let me heal you, let me heal you, let me heal you. You're gonna 99 me, be honest. I didn't want to heal myself. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? I'm sorry. I should know better, Ryan. You know me. You know the 99. That's there. Oh God, he's right there. He's right behind me, isn't he? So you're okay there, right? We can milk you, right? We can milk that hook. Milk the hook. Milk the hook. Ah! Fucking table in my way! Go back. Not Merciless Storm. Like, let's be so serious. There's another fucking hex somewhere. Right? Merciless Storm is a hex, yeah? Got you. I could not tell if he could see me or not. Sorry, I got you right here. This gen got finished? Oh yeah, it did. Okay, I don't know where the other gen is. Micah, no! Your gen in shot? Oh, your gens are all on that side, huh? Oh, I see him. Star, the gen over here is like a third done. Come this way, come this way. We'll heal out the gen. Oh, heal. I'm gonna go for hook. No, he's on Star. Nice, Star. I see him. Star, run! I didn't mean to fucking vault that like that. Nice, Star. Good dodge. Come this way. No, over here. Over here, Mr. Nemesis, over here. He's going to you guys. Finish the gen. Oh, fuck, it's Claude. Fucking gross ass claws. Run, Ryan, run. He stayed on this side. He's gonna camp this. Oh no, he's on Micah. Micah, run! No, Micah! Fuck! Come and get me. You'll never get this. You'll never get this. La, la, la. Fuck! You got me. Keep wiggling, Micah! Keep wiggling! Wiggle! Wiggle!
Just fall.
We did try, it's important. Oh, we found something. Oh, spray. Ryan, he's going toward you, Ryan. Sorry, you have a clear path. Nice, guys. Let's go. Hellfire Club. Hellfire Club. Hellfire Club. And Micah. GG's. That was crazy. What a match. Micah, we get you out next time. Oh no, Ryan, what happened? I have one more left in me. If you want to run one back, Ryan. I know you were in here for a while. Yeah, we'll play last game. This is our last game. I didn't get what happened. Okay, bet. Last game, best game. This time we'll get Micah out. See, Micah, now you kind of fit in better. You match a little better. You're like the DM of the group, the dungeon master, if you will. Guys, I have my leg up on my chair. Sorry. Right. Yeah, that's exactly who you are. I know the words to the song because it was literally on earlier. Save! Right. GG's, guys. That was a fun last match. Micah, I'm sorry. We couldn't save. Somebody brought lips. The saltiest ones. Hawkins. Okay. Contrary to popular opinion, it's the nightmare. Okay, so it's Freddy Krueger on Hawkins. Oh, we wake up in the dream, like getting dream state? Where we start getting dream state? Wake up. It's Ryan looking around like, where am I? I could have sworn I saw him teleporting. Am I crazy? We're going into the dream world. Ryan, run! Oh, Ryan's having a nightmare. I can't be mad. You did get to no, you did so good that game, Micah. Sometimes you just don't make it out. Sometimes it's about getting the team out, you know what I mean? So you got us out. That's what's important. You did that gen right in the middle too. You were working on this too for a while. Ryan, bestie, I'm coming. Not after Freddy Krueger, it seems. That was Micah. He has ruined? I cannot be bothered. Does anybody see Spicy Bones? Oh! You're the gen we popped? I didn't see any Spicy Bones. It's definitely ruined. I'll look at it after this gen. Michael, run! Guys, I think I'm next. Oh yeah, I'm next. I'm next. I'm not next. Ryan, what? Did you get the X then? Oh, I see. He's got Thrill of the Hunt. Wait, these weren't the bones you were talking about. He has, so that's, is Thrill of the Hunt also a hex? Give me a long time to do this. He already sees me. I don't know where he is. Maybe it would help if I woke up. He had haunted ground too, that's gross. Ryan, I'm right here. Oh no, that's Micah. Micah, I'm right here. Fuck, he is... Like, bro! Micah, stop running! Micah, stop running! Micah, stop running! Micah, stop running! Stop running! Micah, please run away! He's gonna chase you. What? I was still exposed. Star, I'm right here. Oh no, the... Wait. Ryan, please. Ryan's neck is broken. Actually, wait. He said, one of everything barkeep, hex keep. Dude. Holy shit, ain't no way. He lapped that locker like his life depended on it. Okay, that's 3 of the hexes, right? We've cleansed 3 hexes. I mean, I think it's a wrap. Like, I don't know if we win. What have we cleansed so far? So exposed, by the way. We cleansed Haunted Ground. We cleansed... Dude, I'm just... I watched you do that! Going back to the body. Just playing a little hide and seek. Oh, I'm asleep. Let's go. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I got you up, Star. I got you up. Oh. Oh, I'm just getting stabbed. Run, Star, run. Don't even come back for me. Get out of there. Oh. No. Star, please. GG's, guys. Good try. That was tough. Good last game. GG. GG, Freddy. Did I hear what I think I heard? GG, guys. That was my last game. Thanks, everybody, for showing up and hanging out. Sims was a lot of fun. We make so much progress in Sims on stream. I had to try. Yeah, that's fair. It's gonna get you anyway. Bye, guys. Thanks so much for playing, everybody. I'll be back on tomorrow. I think we're gonna be playing Animal Crossing tomorrow. And we're gonna start earlier than normal. So we're probably gonna do like 2 or 3 p.m. till 7 situation. And I'm excited. Thank you so much. Ryan, thank you so much for being here. Star, Micah, thank you all for always coming to hang out. Everyone who showed up today, Taco Kevin, Ali was here so much, Ronnie, Tony, everyone comes to check in and hang out on it, and I really appreciate that. And yeah, I hope that, thank you for so much. We have to stand talent, you know, and I have to share my talent with the world. And I think that's what we really get out of this stream is there's talent to be shared and talent to be had, and that talent's mine. So chased and hooked. Well, tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Animal Crossing, and maybe some more Sims. We'll probably revisit some Sims. Exactly, your presence is the present. We're not gonna read out today. I'm just gonna go straight into dinner. I can't stick around in someone's chat, so I feel bad. And I won't be doing that. But I'll see you all tomorrow, and I hope everyone has